Okay. Let's get this show on the road. Welcome back to Kitty Found a Camera. Today, I'm trying to finish up all of my textures, because I did some more on-stream, did some more off-stream. We only got like 5 or 6 more. So yeah, hopefully I can do those. So let's start with the laptop, because I should have gotten that done. And I'll basically have this laptop now to like retexture and give to other people as well. Okay, let's do, as you might imagine, a cube. Let's see, so that's going to be our laptop size. Wait, how big is this actually? 0.8. Okay, a big laptop in the real world, but in the fictional land of video games, probably reasonably sized. Let's see. Also, the weather's getting nicer out. Because you're here now, it's finally warm enough that it's starting to rain again, which feels like, you know, that seems like a weird thing to be happy about, but... Well, actually, no, that doesn't seem like a weird thing to be happy about. I guess it's weird to be happy about it from my perspective of, like, it's one of the first, like, gray, overcast, drizzling days in a while. But that's a good thing. I want to do probably that. I'm trying to figure out how to make this laptop look like a laptop, rather than just 2 cubes that are put together. I think the way that you would do that is by just having a little hinge attached to this. I know what to do. Actually, I should probably have this attached to this part. Because what I'm going to do here is have this like that. So that way when we rotate this, there's this little bit here. Let's see, and I kind of want it to do like that, so that way it feels like a hinge. And then I think... Wait, hang on. Where's this attached to? There we go. And I think if I really wanted to make this look a little bit better... There we go. Now it looks like a laptop. And what I'll do as well, mark sharp, mark seam, mark seam. And the reason I'm doing that is so that then this will look round. Perfect. Okay, so what should this be? This should be decor. Let's call it gizmos, maybe? Okay, so this is going to be top kinematic, and then laptop screen. Basically, the player will be able to open the laptop and see whatever's inside of it. Okay. No inherited scene. I guess for now, what I'll do... Let's just get our concrete here temporarily. Let's make sure that this is how I want it to be. Hang on. Okay, so that's the keyboard there. So we could rotate this -90. And then that would be at the bottom, and that'd be good. And then let's do the same on this side. So this is the top of this one? No. Okay, I see. Yeah, so this one should be rotated. And then what I can do is I can go back to that. Let's do... That's not what I want. Okay. So this should be, one of these is the screen or something. Probably this one. Okay. Keyboard and screen are these two. Screen, keyboard. Okay. That'd be good to know. Hang on, I need to I think I need to wipe down my heater or something because it's smoking. Well, no, not smoking. I can just smell smoking, though. Hang on. Okay. I think it was just dust on the heater. Alright, now we got that. Let's put that back in the building. Link, presumably it's in Gizmo's laptop. Yeah, I guess it's a fine size. Well, how big is this? I guess I can't tell. It feels a little too big. And also, let's add a empty. There we go. Oh wait, this was supposed to do the same thing that this does, where, or the same thing that my other doors... Well... No, this is fine. Basically, collision. Alright, that means that this little bit here should probably not collide, though. Much to consider. I have a good idea, though. Just do that, and now... No, that's not even what I want. I'll just see if this works. Because it might mean you can't open the laptop from the back unless I get the hinge and recenter stuff. Nah, you know what, I'll do it now. So now you grab this, and that opens that. But this is still at the center, so that way when you look at the computer, it will like be able to detect that you're looking at it and like show the prompt for it. And now what I can do is I can go back to here and do the door handle stuff. And then I'll do the last of the textures. Actually, while that's taking its sweet time doing whatever it's doing, let's kick off Krita, and that'll also take its sweet time doing what it's doing. I guess we don't need this anymore. No, I might need this to remember like which one of these is which. No, okay. Screen, keyboard, random backplate. I guess that's the backplate that's actually important. Is Godot okay? I don't think it is. Actually, a whopping 256, I think, for a laptop. Project, environment, decor, gizmos. Okay. And let's get my other thing. So yeah, I think the last texture I made was this register. Yeah. So I'm just going to get our keyboard. I'm curious what makes these keyboards different from each other? Because I'm looking at my laptop keyboard versus my like main keyboard. I don't care. I'm just going to put a keyboard in here. Yeah, look at that. It fits almost perfectly. We could, I see. Shrink this down to a regular size. Remove this segment, probably. Actually, hang on. Let's get, I'd say a neutral gray. And then let's do all of our other stuff here. Filter, oil paint. Okay, so how the heck do we cram these keys into here? I think I have to just, like, shrink this down. And the big issue is the fact that, I want the keys to shrink, but not the boundaries between the keys, since they were already 1 pixel wide. Ah, well, whatever. I'll just cut some pixels in here. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, so what's our width now, like? Three. Okay, so we got 5 pixels wide. 4, 5. Oh, wait. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's not right. Wait, what the hell am I doing? 7 pixels wide. Okay. I forgot how to count. Eh. Now they're not perfectly even, but that's okay. I don't actually care that much. I feel like this is our best bet, but none of them are quite even. Oh, we don't have our F keys. We need F keys in here. Actually, I have a good idea for how to do those. If I look at my actual keyboard, I have little half-height keys. Interesting. I think what I want to change here is get rid of that. I think that's fine. Okay, and then put a little trackpad here. And we'd probably need some... What if I just put the arrow keys down here? That'd be fun. I'm gonna do that. Instead of having, like, terrible little, like... what I usually have, which is just... hang on. Let's get these merged. Okay. Now that looks like a laptop. And I'm gonna put maybe like a power button right here. How do I make it so that it's like actually like an equally sized circle? I guess that's the best I can do. But okay, where's my power button? Well, it's smaller, first of all, but that's okay. Okay, that seems perfect, and then this is who knows what, who cares. This is the actual screen. Why is it not... Oh, because there's a center line that it's constantly snapping to, even though I don't want it to do that. And I don't know how to fix that. Is there like a snap to image center? No. I almost never want that. Okay, I think... Yeah, have a bevel down here, then... Screen. Okay, let's see how that looks. Lap. Did it like... There we go. Okay, and then we add a door. And we have, I guess the laptop screen would have that. And then door handle. Custom wisp there. Look at that, it actually worked properly. I'll say right there. And I would make this a custom, like the interior screen, a custom material with an emissive texture, but I don't want to bother. And make this cubic, so that way it smoothly goes. Ta-da! Okay, go to the gaming world. I made it too small. It should have been as big as I made it before. Yeah, I want that to be bigger. Let's do like 1.3. Hang on. What is 1 divided by 0.75, so I can undo that. Okay, 1.3. Okay. And you know what? I could actually... We don't need the framed picture there now. Because I can have his screen wallpaper be a unique texture. So yeah, let's see. What sort of things do we want here with our... What if we have just a little, like, thing here, darker gray? How is it that, like... Okay, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, basically centered. Okay, so now I want background of this is gonna be screen manager. So I want a little baby picture of his son. Let's have, let's go to Windows XP. Okay. A dark blue back, or a dark blue little bar. Actually, let's have UI here. And this will have a similar thing where these two inherit the alpha. Hmm. Oh, I want that. What would overlay look like? Oh, that's kind of what I want. Yeah. And then there's a little lighter blue section right here. Let's make that like... Wait, no. Not quite that. There we go. Okay, that seems good. And then let's have some little icons. A little recycling bin. Let's have a little earth. You need a little earth here. Otherwise, how will you know how to connect to the internet if it's not a little globe? Let's add some ice. There we go. And I see there that the icons actually have a little drop shadow to them. Icons. So let's call this like lighting. Taskbar. So we need a little drop shadow. Okay. There we go. See, now it looks like icons. And then I want probably like a bunch of folder icons. He's not a very organized desktop guy. More yellow. There we go. Oh, wait, let's have this one over here. There we go. And then I won't bother with having anything fancy there. Okay. I need now baby picture. Let's look up a baby. Why is this? Okay, there we go. So I'm thinking little baby hands. Clumped into little fists. And we'll need some way of recognizing that this is his kid. I guess we'll just infer it because I'll just use the exact same skin tone. In fact, hang on. Project, characters. We need both M-Sun and that's still, I need to redo that drawing. It's so terrible. Store manager. And we don't need anything here. Yeah, this is what his store computer has on the background. I don't know why. I think you could tell that I did not put very much effort into it. I think there's I suppose there's value to, like, what am I trying to say? It's good that my determination comes in fits and bursts, because that means that there's differing levels of, like, humor from just the effort that I put into things. Like this one, clearly much higher effort than the horse background. But the horse background is funnier because of how little effort and sense, like, it makes no effort to make sense at all. Let's have a little baby. His little bald baby head. And then basically here he has his little hand, or he's like This is his dad's arm. And then where's the rest of his body? I guess here. He's gonna have his other arm, like, back, you know, down to support the baby. So that means we need to figure out where the rest of his body is. Have that like that. I think maybe he just likes horses as well. But okay. Now we can do... Oh, wait. We need to have some better way of... Alright, hang on. Actually, just remove the grunge. Now I can do this. Boom. What's his hair look like? Okay, his hair comes down more to like here. There we go. Look at that, nice little picture. So what kind of shirt is he wearing? Maybe just a white shirt. Oh, and then we should also have like the background be... I'm gonna have it be kind of dark. Basically, just like... Hang on. Let's get... let's just do that. Yeah. Okay. Let's make his skin a little bit lighter. There we are. And I kind of want to have the look of like a flash photograph. So that would be basically lighting directly from the front with some specularity right here. And the best way to do that, we could have highlights here. Oh, and actually I'm going to have some like mysterious forms in the back. And these are basically just going to be like... Oh, wait. have this with a different color. Okay, yeah, and we also need this to be something. Do a little light blue, a little baby blue. There we go. Okay, so basically in the background, indeterminate, unspecified place. Yeah, that feels natural. And then here I want probably a lighter color. Actually, let's keep that the same. Lower the opacity here. Yeah, basically with a light that's shining directly at us, we would have the highlights right about here. And then we would have some shadows at the edges. Shocking, I know. So I'm gonna select, and it'd be more of a dark gray. So like, and almost like this. Because yeah, the light source is just a little bit off from... There we go. I like that. Nice. Okay. And maybe I'll make this a little less intense. So that way it's still like... It's clear there's a flash on the photograph, but it was relatively light in here rather than like in the dark. Okay, that seems nice. Let's call this actually laptop 1 or laptop manager. And I can basically have a custom material on this thing. And that way, get this thing. Oh, wait. Don't get too ahead of ourselves. Now get this thing. And then what we can do is standard UV, laptop manager. Oh, right. I forgot to put the grunge back. And I think that means we should have the grunge be less... Have it be like 28% or something? What if we... did like 50% here. Oh wait, and then hide that. There we go. That's cute. I like that. That makes me happy. But okay. That's one texture down. But we don't have that many left. Back room, laptop. And now we don't need that. Actually, no. I'm going to say replaced with laptop background. Okay, punch cards. That would be environment decor, probably 11.7 detail. Punch cards, I'm assuming, is in here. Oh, the punch clock and time cards. Yeah, punch card is a different thing. I keep forgetting. And I mean, there's only like one guy here, so it's not like there's going to be that much to do. But okay, look up a punch clock. They're not as big as I remember them being. So I think what we can do... Actually, first of all, let's make this like a grayish green. Let's see if this works. Oh wait, we don't need this. Okay, so who is what? Alright, that seems basically good enough. I can probably do... I'll do a little bit of, like, noise on here, though. Basically of, like, let's just do a little multiply. Like that color. So that way, basically, we just get a little bit of extra texture. Okay. Alright, move that up. Okay, so this is our clock face. Let's do gray. I don't know why it never, like, aligns these properly, but oh well. Okay. Oh, I see. These aren't even, like, remotely aligned. Okay, there we go. Now they're aligned properly. Except for the fact that these are drawn... Ah, well, I don't fucking care. Yeah, that seems fine. And I'll just have the clock say whatever it says. I think, you know, despite my attention to detail, I will not have the clock actually say some specific time. Though I will add a little bit of shading to the clock, so that way it feels, let's do a bluish gray, actually, here. See, so that way it's recessed into space. Perfect. Clock material. And then time cards. Time card holder. Yes. This is what I wanted. Okay, so I think it's this one. And I think I can just do, let's do like a light gray. And then probably... let's have a little something like this. So are these the same distance? 3 pixels. And then I'll just put a couple cards somewhere. And I think that is as long as they should be. Okay. Holders. Card. Okay, so that'll be like, I don't know. What would the actual card look like? I guess this is fine. Thereabouts. And then we'll do... this might come as a shock. A slightly darker color to imply the existence of lines. Actually, a little bit lower saturation. There we go. And then we could have like a darker reddish color here. Okay. Let's have this one right there. And it's going to have fewer times. There we go. Okay. And then what I do is we add a little bit of shading to these. Right there, but... There we go. And I kind of like the subtle detail that this provides. I'm gonna see if they actually like that. Okay. Time cards. Okay, that looks good. And I'm 100% reusing all of these assets again in whatever games I make in the future, because I've made so many, like, random things now. Like, at the ends of eras, it's having brown. I'm putting brown in that game. And, like, water. Okay. Next up, mop texture. Did I actually UV unwrap that? Where the heck is the mop, actually? Is it under generic mop? I don't see it anywhere. Hang on. Yeah, I didn't unwrap it, I don't think. Okay, so that should be... Is it under generic for mop? No, it's under 11.7 building. Because it's just an object that exists in the building. I feel like it could do something better than that. Like, that's really the best it can do? Hmm. And first of all, let's try and get these a little bit closer together. And, like, going the same direction. So I think if I move this way, now these are all, like, flowing the same direction to be, like, good mop stuff. Yeah, I feel like the Blender's UV mapper was just like asleep at the wheel for this one. Okay, because let's try making it so that these two are as big as they... Well... Optimize it so that these are as big as they can be without touching. Which is actually basically exactly the same size as they are now. Okay, that's fine. Is it gonna... Yeah, okay, I just had to double click it. Multiply. Get our grunge here. Oh, wait, no. 128. There we go. Okay, so what does a mop look like? I think it can be kind of any color. And so what I'm going to do is get a multiply here. And we're just going to kind of like do that. Actually, let's do low opacity for this. I don't like that very much. Oh, well. I'll just do like a darker color with a smaller brush then after this. Okay. Darker color, lower opacity. So I think these all just go the same way. And I think we need more grunge in here. Okay. Mop. Take your time, kiddo. Close that. I think we're done with that again. Let's see. Punch cards, punch clock, register. Okay, that stuff. That stuff. Oh yeah, and I got the spigot done. Or I'm gonna say could ship. And the sink. I guess I'll do the sink. Let's get the sink open. Godot is still chugging and dying. I think it's under generic. We got sinks in here somewhere. Sink counter? Where's sink counter? Hang on. Okay, I'll let that do its thing. You know, I'll say that these are also a lower priority because I have the standard material for them right now. Okay. Is there... It just takes an hour? It just takes an hour for it to work? How did it take that long for this to run? But okay, let's see what this mop looks like if I do this. That looks bad. That looks terrible. I don't even know how it... How did I mess it up so badly? How is there like one line? Oh, I see. Yeah, so this looks absolutely horrendous. So we need at least a little bit more like moving around. And yeah, it's just I'm just gonna let it be bad. I can't be bothered. We got a lot of stuff to do. I don't know where my sink went. Because sink 1 is not that. It's a bathroom sink. So yeah, sink, counter. Did I not save the UVs for this? I'll just, whatever. I'll just get it back in Blender. Blender will be faster than, like, doing anything with that. I knew there was something suspicious with my, whatever it was suspicious with. I guess I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, why does this... Where did this go? Because, yeah, I thought I'd saved all of these. But I guess not. I'm gonna go 128. I don't care. And I think that means that both of these have... So both of these are the backs of these. Let's just do like well, actually, hang on. Do a light gray. Project, generic. Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't even need to, like, have a special color. Like, I don't need to fill this in with white, because the random noise takes up the entire thing. Okay. And then we'd have a sink right in here. Essentially just two little voids. Yeah, good enough. And is there anything else that I'd especially want or really need here? I guess it... What would this look like? Okay, so these two, I'm gonna look slightly different. That way the player knows that they're a little different. Let's just do that there. Here and here. So these two things, I'll put some little, like, let's go to sketch. Let's go to the actual sketch that I use. So I'm gonna have these, like, classic, the three holes that, like, make it so your house doesn't flood if the sink is left running. And then, do I want something else here? I think I want, like, a light gray on these. So it's like, you know, you have the hole here, and then there's gonna be some kind of grading like this. Eh. And maybe the same thing here, maybe like this. Okay. Okay. I think for this one, standard. Sync counter. Okay, so the short one. Okay, look at that. That's a sync. Yeah, I'd call that completely good enough. Did I actually complete that? Okay. And then that means everything else here, don't need to worry about. Okay. Let's finish up these products, because we only got like 5 left. Project, environment, decor. Oh, I'm realizing though that the product or the creative files would not show up in Godot at all. So using that for search doesn't make sense. But this would take so long, you know, because... Oh, okay. But yeah, okay, so I didn't have it. Somehow. I don't know how. But okay, 11... No. Decor products is what we need. Because, yeah, we should have spray bottle, toilet paper 6, and then paper towels double. And those are the only things. These are the last of the products. Okay. Cleaner 1. I'd do a delicious blue. Outline, and then I think get a layer style on this. And actually, let's get a drop shadow on this as well. Okay. My favorites. No. The good ones. No. Pixel art. That's what I need. Window. Let's see. We need probably... What color should the label be? I'm going to do this color. Hang on. Just make it consistent. There we go. Oh wait, actually, make it consistent through this whole thing, because these are all horizontally even, I think. And I think we can do like this. Let's add a layer style to this, actually. Okay, that feels fine. And then I think we can do like okay, this seems like it works. Yeah. I like this, where we have like these funny little bars that are all coming through. And then for all of these, I think these are all... Yeah, I think all of this is just the top of the bottle and the trigger. So I'll just make them all the same color, maybe. Let's have darker like this. Boom. Again, I think these are the triggers. So I'll color those as if I know. And then for the rest of this, I think we could have a bit of like this, I think. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. But okay, test that. So, spray bottle. Actually, let's start with this side. Okay. Okay, I was right. So now we just need to have both sides have that. And they're admittedly a little... or this specific UV is off. I mean, I guess what I could do is I could actually just move the UV lines here. Okay, I see. It's because this one goes higher, because it's longer, I think. Yeah. Well, I don't really care. Okay, spray. Bottle 1. Wait. I'm pretty sure, as I've said before, that it's strictly worse to name your thing .material rather than .tres, because then you don't get the versioning properly. But I can't be bothered. And we're gonna have some sort of brand name down here of like maybe Clean Guy. He's the guy that we know. Okay. And on this side, I'm going to put a barcode. Yeah, good enough. Okay, anything else that I want here? Probably like, and we could make this look a little bit better. I think I want a bit of like a light, almost cyan here. And then probably a similar thing on this side right here. And then we'd have some sort of text probably on the back of this to explain things. Well, let's have something like this. So there's just like a warning label of like explaining how to use this stuff, etc., etc. I have a good idea. Do the same thing that I do for the barcodes, where we just like do that, and then I can make lines faster that go all the way across. So now it's like a justified like text block. I'm gonna have some of these as if it's like not perfectly justified texts. Okay. Try that. Oh, it's not clean guy, it's clean guys window. Okay. Is this really... Oh, this is 256 by 256. Okay. Well, that explains that. Why did I make it 256 by 256? Oh, well. Okay, well, I'm going to take a few seconds to use the bathroom, now that I've been interrupted. The spell has been broken. I'll be back soon. Alright, I'm back. Okay. So now we need other things. I think also I'm going to try to resize this to be 128. What happens? No, I like the extra space. Meh. Shocking as it is. It's funny that there's an entire joke about a character who, like, you can't understand because she talks with this font. Or basically this, font. But okay. Spray bottles, we got window cleaner. I'm gonna say a lower flavor for that, or a lower priority. Alright. Let's do, oh, I see. I didn't realize that these were in here as well. Yeah, let's keep those there. Let's make this like gray. Alright. Which one is which? Okay. Wait, no. This is what I want. Okay. Okay. I have a similar thing right here, then. Okay. We need Widow Cleaner now. Get rid of this completely. Yeah. I do think it's funny, though, to imagine, hang on. Oh, wait. That's not what I want. Just delete that. There we go. Okay, so what do we want with this? I think, a pink color with a blue. That's not quite what I want. What happened with this one? Okay, so that went from dark to light. And I think I want a similar thing. Well, I think this is fine with the background like that. Okay. So then what we need our sad widow in like a funeral veil. How am I going to do this properly? All right, let's have hair here. We don't need much because there's probably going to be like clothes over the top of this. Okay, then let's get like this. So we need a dark color here because we need a big fancy dress. I think this should inherit the alpha of the layer. Oh, wait, but that's not going to do anything because the label... Okay, yeah. Well, if I did this, and then we have these to inherit the alpha, then it should... Okay, now it's limited to just the size of the label. I'm realizing I'm literally drawing 2B's outfit. Nah, well. Let's have a sad hat. What's a little sad little hat? Something like this, maybe? That seems good enough. Does that feel like a widow? Yeah, that feels like a widow. I can't be bothered to do anything more creative. Oh wait, hang on. We need to get this to be like... Okay. There we go. I gotta try a little harder for that. Okay. So let's have another one of these. Do spray bottle 1. But then this one does spray bottle 2. Okay. And the bottles seemed fine. Okay. And then the other one will be completely unique. Oh, wait. I'm thinking, red. Because this is going to be the rat killing spray. Then we have like a dark gray. With that. And then we'd have, maybe white for the trigger. Okay, and then highlights. Let's do... Hang on. A little too much. Do something like, I'm gonna put this here. There we go. Let's have the label. And this time I'm gonna make it actually, like, consistent. But I think a dark red. Okay. Okay, and remove a little bit of this part of the label. Alright, I just realized I can just remove all of this. Okay. And we should have... I'm going to have a little bit of red right in here. Okay, let's see that working. There we go. Okay, so I want a funny drawing of a rat. How do I make a rat look funny? Wait, hang on. First of all, don't draw that there. Draw that on this. I'm thinking of that like drawing of like Goku, where it's just like this. He just has a huge mouth. And usually it's paired with the, like, what the hell is it? Broly picture? Where it's just him standing there with, like, a huge butt. So let's see. We're gonna have a lightning strike. Okay, let's see. How do we make a rat that's funny? That's what we need. We need the tail to go straight. Okay. So now what I can do, let's get, I should probably chosen a different, oh wait, no, I know how to do this. Okay. Then get like a purple for the inside of the mouth, so there's a tongue. Oh wait, whoops. There we go. Does this look like a rat? Not really. I should have looked at a rat. Oh, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing the nose portion. And we should have the ears be pink. We need funny. Where's the funny? Okay, let's get some teeth into here. I think what I need as well is to basically completely remove the outlines. Hmm. This is looking... This is not looking very good. Yeah, try again. What if we just have a rat like this, and then there's just like a nuclear bomb above it? And so we just have a rat just hanging out. That's what a rat looks like. Hang on. We need an atomic bomb. Real image. From Wikipedia. I know what to do. Is this the nuclear bomb logo emblem? Hang on. Radiation symbol. Hmm. We need a gun, I think. And let's get a slightly darker color for the side of the gun. And actually, we should probably then do, I know, just a layer style here. So that way we can at least see what's happening. There we are. We got the hammer in there. Isn't that wonderful? And then this is going to be the slide. There we are. Okay. And then we have our thumb. Okay. So we need some... have that be like a thumbnail. And good enough. Actually, let's get a little bit more like... There we go. Okay. Now we can get the text. I think black with a white background would be appropriate. Or no, that's not what I need. Layer style. Okay. All right, instant. Rat death. Let's say death instead. All right, spray. There we go. Okay, and then I want to get another layer style. I think a glow for this one. I want red for the color. How big is this? 2 pixels? 3? Can we do like an addition here? For some reason, it doesn't let me, like, for some reason, it has, like, very few options here. Because what I want is to make it brighter. What if we did hard light? What if we did white? Is it just, like, does it just, like, take a while? I don't understand why it's so not showing up. Okay, that seems fine now. And then what we have is we're going to have little lightning strikes everywhere. Let's get this also like that. Instant death rat spray. And then we probably need some sort of label on one side or the other. And I'm going to have... Let's have a barcode. I guess not there. Let's call this lightning. Okay, because I also want to do a layer style on this. Another glow. There we go. I'm gonna miss this once I go back to like the 128 by 128. But this is too rich for my blood. Imagine how many textures I could make. Or imagine how much texture memory it would take to have 128 by 128 or 256 by 256 textures everywhere. I'm not made of that kind of money. But okay, and here we need to do a list of warnings. I wonder if I can even draw a skull. I bet you I can. There we go. Let's have a nuclear... Now we can have the nuclear symbol. Well... Let's just say that. Okay. Okay. How does this one look? Take your time, Godot. While it's doing that, let's do some other stuff. I guess we can save our stats. There we go. Got that, got that. This one looks pretty bad. But oh well. I like that one a lot. All right. All right, this might come as a shock. I'm kind of tired of doing textures. Ah, but I'm so close. Now what I'm going to do, let's save this stuff. So texture mines. Back room. And no, break room. It's different than the back room. The back room is the cooler room, or the storage room. And spray bottles. Yeah, let's do something from the playtest. More interesting camera for showcasing the neighborhood. Yeah, let's just go through all these. Okay, you... No. What am I looking for? World. So basically we have here... Now we can play with this. Okay. So, show camera. Well... Do I want to change this? Hang on, let's start a new game. I think I might want a main menu. But okay, you land with a thud. One thing that I want when we're falling, this camera should be slightly lower. And then we can copy this value as well, because when we do our where, Okay, and that's that. Okay. Try this again. Interesting. Oh, because this needs to go... Okay. Hopefully this is exactly correct. Okay, there we are. Hang on. Go home, show camera, sit. Stand, where. Not quite what I wanted. Okay. Right, because now for some reason this doesn't work anymore. Because body should be equal to standard body. Oh, it's probably because we don't have this anymore? Hang on. Let's do if engine dot is editor hint dot get node. Okay. Why is everything like scaled? Yeah, again, I'm getting a bunch of warnings from like things somehow getting their scales set to slightly different values than 1. I'll ignore that. Oh, right. The whole point of that was so that now I can actually, like... So, close all these. Go back to the world. Basically, my grabber bugged out. Did it, Take your time, kiddo. Okay. Good. Now it actually gets it. If we could click this, that'd also be awesome. I'd love to be able to like work with the thing that I'm using. Okay. There's our position that we actually use. And we don't even need that there. Okay, try this again. Because yeah, it was completely lost in our... Did my... Wait, my headphones just like broke. Hang on. No, okay, they just came slightly unplugged. You land with a thud. You lost at least 7 IQ points from the head trauma, but you're 4, so it's not that important. Alright. So I think what I'd want to do... I don't know what I'd want to do. I'm trying to think, how would I design this differently? I know how to do it. Let's see. Go to cutscenes. Intro. I think it's called intro, yeah. So we're gonna have where 1, or where 2, where 3. And now it's gonna be where 2. This will be like 8 seconds or something. Basically have it from like further away. Let's do like yeah, 40 FOV seems fine there. Current far. Right, the fucking animation player no longer shows the channels properly. So I probably just have to update. So what do I want to do? I want to have it do like that maybe over the course of the animation. So like we basically pan across the houses. All right, how does that look? When do we get home? So who brought you here? And let's have another one from that ominous, basically right behind this. Let's do like a 30. I'm gonna do 20. Basically, if Kitty would be somewhere right there. I like that. Oh, wait. What the hell did I just attach this to? That's not what I want. Yeah, okay. I screwed that up. I needed to do that first. Now we can do 20 degrees, attach that there. Grab this. Put it right behind her head. Looking right at us. Okay, let's do that. Okay, transform, no, position and rotation. Okay, there we go. And this one, I like that. Okay. And then show camera is now not going to be from here. Because, yeah, that's a very video game thing. Wait, did this not have its, where the heck's the player in this whole thing? Why can't I grab the grabber? Who grabs the grabber? Why is this thing so fucking buggy? I tried to highlight this one and delete it, and then it didn't work. Okay. Finally. We finally have what I need. Okay. Now go back to the grabber. Paste this value. There. And then get the camera. See, so I need this is hard because I need basically the ability to see the player and that at the same time, but I need to keep in mind that like half the screen is taken up by the dialog box, so I need to figure out a way of framing this and these three objects together. Well, I don't really need to. I just realized. Completely unnecessary. I can just have it like this. And then what we're gonna do is go there. Perhaps that thing there. Okay. So why do I not... What is wrong with the motion here? Somehow, it seems we rotate before our position is settled. Or like... Yeah. Okay. Let's see if that works. My music died again. Okay. You land with a thud. Okay, where are you? Who brought you here? How do you get home? That small glowing object surely holds the answers. I think I don't like the where 3 in there. I like having these two and then this one. Okay, you land with a thud, blah, blah, blah. Where are you? I think the big thing, this is one, off-center. And two, it doesn't frame anything here because, yeah. Okay, that's the other major thing that we should do. We should go to where? Also, this is using a very different style than I'm typically using now, but that's okay. Okay, so big thing. Have this down. Have this up. Have this come back, actually. Like that, maybe? Because, yeah, I gotta remember, like, half the screen is taken up by that. Okay. Let's see if that makes sense. Oh yeah, there's some like fucked up 180 degree... Well, no, I guess that's fine. Why is the rotation cubic? Why is it like stuttering every single time? Oh yeah, because that hint. Every time that play animation from start tooltip comes up right next to my mouse, the animation stutters noticeably for some reason. Why did I... what? My mouse was completely invisible. I'm gonna do 2 seconds, actually. Where are you? Okay, that looks better. I wish I could have the camera just like have a little, like in the preview window, just show the dialogue box. But yeah, I think that's a thing that I need to think of for like future cutscene editing tools for more advanced games, because like I have the same problem in At the Ends of Eras, where like a third of the screen is taken up by the dialogue box at all times, and I never remember it when I'm framing scenes. I like that. I think what I want is, as well, when we're doing our... hang on. Get that out of here. When we're doing show camera, I like where it starts, but I think what it should do is when it ends, it should have both of them in frame still. And that way we can do position, rotation. Interesting. Thank you, Godot. Let's do like negative 168. Oh, no. Negative 180, 192. Okay. Let's not have the FOV animated here. And let's have our position a little bit different. Because yeah, I'm thinking... Right there. Well, do we want a worm's eye view? I mean, I guess we gotta get a worm's eye view, because otherwise we don't get Kitty in the frame. Nah, I'm fine with that. And then here, we don't have it move back like that, we have it move forward like that. Actually, you know what? I think we do have it. Let's have it zoom in a little bit. Let's have it keep Let's have it not have the old man too much, like too close to the center of frame. There we go. Alright, so now what does that look like? Again, another... hang on. Why does it feel like it gets into position and then rotates? I think it must be some quirk of like just linear interpolation. Because yeah, what I want here then is probably that. No. We want that probably. And then for rotation we want a little bit the opposite. No, we want the rotation to be... okay, that feels a bit better. Well, yeah, they don't feel synchronized. What if we did cubic for both of these? I don't like that. But yeah, now we need some easing in. Yeah, put that back at 1. Hang on. Where's my frame snap? Oh, wait, no, it's editor settings. Editors, 3D, is it animation? Default animation step is 0.005 seconds. Default FPS, okay. So why is this not 0.005? No, 0.05 by default. So that way we get these at like places that make sense. These aren't the intervals that I'm like snapping this to. Does it work now? No, it doesn't. Okay, cool. I have the thing here. I think we could just not have the FOV animated again. And then we just get closer to the... like, we just physically get closer to it. Still doesn't work. Okay, whatever. Oh, it's because it thought I was holding control. No, it didn't. No, that wasn't what fixed it. Or not fixed it. Whatever it didn't do. Okay. How does this look? Perhaps that thing over there will help you. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. Just put me at one... Hang on. It's like, Godot, just like do the thing that I put in the settings and put in the box and like snap me to the positions that I want to be snapped to. I may have to do the classic git xdf or git clean dash xdf again. Okay, well, whatever. Have this go down a little bit, have this come up a little bit. Have this go down a little bit faster. And then have this come... Or no, a little bit slower. Have this come up a little bit slower. Okay, let's see how this looks. Very video game looking thing. Where a lot of the other ones felt more like natural and like film. But oh well. We need to show the player where the thing is. Okay. New game again. Alright, where are you? Who brought you here? How do you get home? That small glowing object surely holds the answers. Okay. And also, move this camera down a little bit. It's floating awfully high up off the ground. Which I just realized is now going to fuck up my camera again. Or like the position for my cutscene. But let's see if that feels bad. Well, one, it's like off-center still. I need to just have like a crosshair. Good enough. Okay. That's that. Fix one, or fix or improve cutscene. Okay, journal. So that's going to be under UI, 3D. Is this create file actually like... No, I fucked that up. I remember, I saved that as a PNG. Wait, hang on. Where's our actual notepad? There we go. So... Where's our lines? Did I put all the... Why, am I fucking dumb? What I want is to basically get those, make this a little bit darker like that. In fact, maybe a little bit lighter like that. Ever so slight. And then our delaying. There we go. And basically the reason I want that is so that I can go into my status And we will not have character info. I think what I want is the ability to not have this box here. So we could do like the panel as like an empty style box for now. Okay, let's see if that works. And then also, while I'm putting bugs, let's put a bug in here of like disable distance visibility in the loading screen. So now if I go into here, okay. Now it seems like it's reasonably sized and, or like that brightness, I like that. Now it's actually perfectly readable. And then I think for the thing there, is that okay? I think that's okay. And then also, as another bug, make camera UI. Actually, that's already in here, isn't it? But okay, fix that. Hide dialog box when getting an item. That would be good. Okay, so that's going to be our player. I think I want can't we do like get item? Let's do like if dialog dot runtime show that. Item get. Okay. So I think what I'll do is I'll just have a signal on the item get. Signal show. Or display. Okay. And that way, what I can do is let's get a signal here. This is going to be displayed. Okay. This is going to be if dialog.eval.active dialog hide. Okay. That should be there. And then camera UI or challenge UI, I think, will not be active unless we aren't in the dialogue. How do I want to do that? I guess we just hide it when it's not active. It's like exit dialogue or dialogue exited. Oh, we have end dialogue here. Okay, let's do if challenge UI dot challenge photo show. I think that's this. Okay. And then we'll have start dialogue. And this is just going to do challenge UI hide. Yeah, I should have done a modal dialogue or modal UI again. But I figured I wanted it to be simple enough that everything would be just like could be on the screen at the same time, but it's just not simple enough. The game is too complicated for that. Okay. Oh, and also we should have player. Okay, so when we're in dialogue, so when we receive a challenge UI, see or get photo. Okay, fair enough. Don't we get challenges? Okay, what I'm going to do is if dialogue dot UI dot active. Oh wait, no. So when we set the challenge photo in here, I think I'm not gonna have that there. I'm just gonna have this. Well, if P do that, else hide. Okay, that's fair. But we won't have it show unless we do well, I'm fine with that. So show challenge photo that, let's do challenge UI dot visible equals not dialogue dot eval active. So that way we have that linked together. Let's do a new game. Okay. All right. Okay, so now we have that back in 2012. Okay. And now we have a little thing there. Okay, so now there's not like 5 billion things on the screen at the same time when we do that. And we still have that. Okay. Next thing to do is to make it so that there's some UI indicating which thing is visible. Okay, good. And that is what I want it to be. Publish invalid loop group listener for event type latest. Oh, I see. Probably because we started a new game, we didn't have the unsubscribe. Ah, well. Actually, I can do that still. So isn't that like latest? And so that means when we do a function exit tree unsubscribe group. Okay. So that means we hide the dialog box from getting an item. Clearly indicate the required... So have a check mark on the currently visible photo. Let's do that now. So that should be in the status when we get our challenge photos, challenge label. So what we need is a photo button that has, How do we do that? I guess I'm just gonna have the photo button also have a thing here of like, you know, we have this style here, but then we can also have a visible or selected. Do we got like an eye? No, that's not what I want. We could just have this here. I'm just gonna make this a white border. Okay. And that way we can have var selected false set s if is inside tree. Actually, we should be able to do selected dot visible equals s there. And that way what I can do is for each challenge photo, go to game state, challenge UI. What the hell am I going to? Probably status. Challenge photos. Okay. So if we're seeing this, if C equals UI dot challenge UI dot challenge photo C dot selected, equals true. Okay. And then what we do is when we show a challenge, for PB button in challenge photos list dot get children. Let's just do C node. If C is photo button, C dot selected equals false. And then what we do is selected equals true. There we go. So basically deselect all buttons. Okay. So now what it should do is it should be able to tell us which one we're looking at. Oh, right, but this is actually key B selected equals true. There we go. I think I could do with a different color, since we already use blue for other stuff. Or we already use whatever the hell color I said. There we go. So now we have that. Admittedly, I could have more. Do I have a check? I do, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have that actually here as like a texture, rectangle, top right, actually bottom right. Like that. Let's actually rectangle this out. Bit width proportional. Keep aspect centered. There we go. And these should not be selected by default. Oh wait, I think because I regenerated the list, if we go back into this, it should work. Button. There we go. So now we can go back and forth. And then what I need is the ability to like zoom in on the photo itself. I think my next major thing that I want is what do I want? But okay, clearly indicate the required height. Do that. Yeah, we need the height for the house. And I think that's going to be by having a fence that is only visible from above. Like basically a fence that's high enough that you can only see the top of the fence post from here. Let's go to the world. Okay. So yeah, we need it right here. Cylinder like 5. Mark sharp, mark seam, mark seam. I don't know if this will have a texture. Okay, so if the player's on the ground, they will definitely not have that. If the player is up here, they definitely will see that. Okay, and then this goes to... Yeah, I'm fine with that. And also, these all need to be called... let's see, replace cylinder with fence post S body. Bill fence post. Hmm. Put those there. Put this. So where would this be to match these? So like 1. Okay, so this is correct. That means that we'd have our last fence post right there. Makes perfect sense to me. And then don't even really need to do anything fancy with this, because what I'm going to do is like, what am I going to do? Also, my music died again. But okay. Randomize these. Oh, right, hang on. We can't rotate that. Because otherwise everything's rotated. Okay. These rotations should be less. Let's do like 2 and 2. There we go. And also, get all of these. So this is now going to be fence compose. Okay. Okay, so this is a fence plank S body. That's what I was looking for. Okay. I'm tired of this. So yeah, this fence in like the frontier times was like, you know, good. But it hasn't been that good in a while. Okay. Now we got a lot of wood on our things. Take your time, Godot. Okay. So what are the materials here? Okay, fair enough. Let's do a wood plank. So we got, what do we got? Multi-meshes. Multi-mesh fence. Do local, I guess. Actually, let's do world. I'm gonna have our albedo there. And then I want wood. I'm just gonna do that. Good enough. And then for these things, let's see. We need bark? No. We need wood porch. Good enough. Oh, and the whole point of this was to make sure that there's a clear difference between like the regular photos, whatever they are. Hang on. Where the hell is my... There we are. Had to alt tab for a bit. Okay. So now if I come back into here... No. Let's save and quit. Then start again. Because now we have the new thingamabinga. Okay, so now if we come back into here, there we go. Now if we look at that, it's still pretty okay. Yeah, tilting these was a mistake because now the player can see them from down here, and that makes it not work. We need to not be able to see it from down here, because that was the whole point of the, you know, a subtle visual cue to say, like, oh, you have to be up this high. Actually, what if we just make these taller? We can limit these a little bit less. But okay. And the fence is also, like, completely... I mean, I guess it does. It is a nice yard decoration, I suppose. Wait, that means that we also need to retake the photos for the challenges? So yeah, move ourselves this way. Okay. And then we save and exit and reload the game. Okay, so at least now the player has like a subtle visual cue of like, okay, I'm supposed to be higher up than I am. You know? The next big thing that I want is, wait, we gotta zoom way in, hang on. Good enough. Yeah, admittedly, it's a completely nonsensical fence. But I do like it. Also, when I go to the challenge photo for this, go back to this setup here. Okay, yeah, I did exactly what I wanted to do. Basically, have this grass invisible, so that way it's like it's not as overgrown. But okay, I'll say that's okay. I still want a better way of like zooming in on the photo, so I'll put that in just bugs as like, oh, whoops. I accidentally pressed the delete key on my challenge, or on my thing, and undoing that takes a long time for some reason. But okay. Challenge photos. Make the, or like, ability to zoom in on the photo. Compare with the scene. Okay, improve the entry to the cave. So that was, it's really ugly, it's really janky, it doesn't look good. So I think, what would I want for a cave? You know, if we completely undid all of this, Let's also just bring this down a little bit. Hang on. Just bring that there. Okay. And good enough. And then this. Good enough. Okay, so now we have this over here, and I think I might just want like stairs or something. I'm gonna put this bench further back and remove the bench that was here, because that doesn't make any sense to have a bench in multiple places. Why would you have multiple benches? That's ridiculous. I should draw what I want for this texture instead of just like not thinking about it and not doing any like work on it. But okay, I want this to be cave 1. Okay. Get that in here. Okay. Now the UI is starting to make a lot more sense. It's a lot less overwhelming anytime anything happens. There is the slight jank of the text doesn't smoothly scroll out because it's invisible while it's doing that. Or like, you know, when you get dialogue or get an item in dialogue, the text no longer scrolls out. It's just all shown at once the next time you press A. But okay, big thing here. I don't like how I have to jump twice to do that. Yeah, that's just not good. That's just bad design. Okay, so maybe that works. And eventually I need to do... Nah, I guess I don't need to do. I was about to say eventually I should, like, make these into a standalone scene, but I don't care. I'm fine not doing that. What I really need to do is make this look good. Or make the cave texture look good. Okay. I mean, actually, we don't even need this, because now we can just, like, step up. Well, we can kind of step up this. Yeah, so I think move that down. Right there, probably. And then here we can have this like that. And then a similar thing here where we have that like that. Basically, just make it steps. And I can potentially do something with I'm trying to think what else would I want to do with that? Oh wait. Okay, F8 doesn't work when this is doing its thing. Okay, try it again. Okay, so now we just walk up the thing. There's no fancy jumping. No jumping required. And the path is a lot more reasonably obvious, I'd say. Like, because it's like, okay, there's clearly something in here. Okay. And I'm gonna make some wood on this. Amazing. No, let's do fence wood. Incredible. Wait, what? Oh, wait, because fence wood is this material. Okay, there we go. I'm fine with that. And this thing, alright, good enough. I feel like... Oh wait, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I feel like the zip line is too much in the way of the guy. Well, do I care? Why isn't this also part of the zipline holder thingy? This one should be the same. Hang on. Yeah, what's the difference between this thing? Oh, I know. Doesn't this have, I guess I'm fine with it as it is. I'll get zip holder and all that stuff. I'll just put this as the same thing. And wasn't it like cave landmark or something? And also this needs to be in camera group. Hmm. Okay. So now, if I try again, now there's several landmarks that you can take a photo of, and it should be quite easy. Because you can get multiple of those zipline holder things. And the sign should be... Wait, why is the sign not visible? Is it not in the camera group? Is it not, Oh, because its origin is down there. Hang on. Oh, wait. We need to do, There we go. There we go. Now you can actually take a photo of the sign. It'll take a while. Hang on. We don't need that. I think I can say that's good enough. Say what's in the photo when it's taken. That could be good. Why is the zip... Oh, because it's, probably not built correct. I probably didn't update this correctly. There we go. I'll figure that out soon. But okay, that's the sign for the zip line. Entity... No, languages. IDs. Okay. Perfect and beautiful, etc. So this place is coming along now. I think I could just add another little post or something there. And so that way this is a bit more to the side. Because, yeah. It's just... There are a lot of things here that are kind of just haphazardly designed. Wasn't there supposed to be, like, water here? It's, like, silent. Yeah, what the heck is this thing doing? Make it bigger. Is there, like, a max size on this thing? Okay. There we are. And then let's do like -4. And -3 there. Are my earbuds in wrong? No, I guess they're okay. Oh yeah, it is above us. I think I want it there. Hmm. I need the, you can see at the top, the text is getting cut off. I'm just going to put that as a bug. So camera UI. I have noticed that before. Okay, so let's say what's in the photo. And also, hang on, let's go to camera UI. Isn't there like, where is our max, indicator size, good. Indicator size equals mode good. Okay, so min good. Let's do p divided by 25. P divided by 55. Let's see how big things can be. Okay, so that's too small. I don't really agree. Yeah, I see what I was talking about. Okay, so now, yeah. Do I feel that is too small? I think that's okay. See, because now I can do something like that. And also what I'm going to do, now it's time to actually get the, when we show our photo. Yeah, show photo, photo rectangle texture, photo box. Where is our photo box? Photo taken. Image taken. Let's do another label. And we should have layout, custom minimum 40. This will be like subjects. And I don't really need that. Okay. So this is going to be photo list, label, subjects. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Photo list text equals photo dot get subject names, and that should do what we got here. Okay. And that results in joining all of our stuff. So now I should be able to... Oh, wait, hang on. Actually, before I get too far with that, I want a small font here. That way, it's a little bit smaller than the regular text. Okay, so now if I did something like that. Rock that looks like a man, Mr. Weston. Okay. And why is this text so much wider than the actual photograph? Because this should do keep aspect centered, fit height. Okay, that doesn't quite do what I expected it to do. Because I was assuming it would, like, you know, fit the height of the object and not, like, give, like, 50,000 square miles of space. Oh, well, whatever. Have this be, like, 0.75 there. Okay, zipliner holder thingy, rock that looks like a man, Mr. Weston. View photos. Okay, so now it tells you right away what the photo was, so that way you don't have to do a bunch of stuff. Wait, what? Huh? Why were there graves here? Okay. I didn't realize the graves would still be visible from here. The goddess? Oh, okay. Yeah, now I'm kind of disagreeing with having the... Hang on. Go back to my challenge or camera UI, whatever I did there. I'm gonna have this be 25, this be 50. Try that again. Maybe it's just the day-night should change it as well. Yeah, so now there's less stuff. Though for some reason I can't take a photo of myself. I'll just chalk that up as another bug. But okay, say what's in a photo when it's taken, make that a little more generous. Don't let the player move in dialogue. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because it is sort of dumb to have that. Hmm. What the heck? Did my fucking world... So my world didn't re-import properly. Hang on. Save and exit. World. My shit just doesn't work like half the time. Okay, does this work properly now? Okay. Wait, the garage door is broken. Is that because these need to be re-imported? Is this the one that's causing issues? So if I hide this, no? Yeah, but you can see... So, like, if I... Oh, it's because the Weston house is a separate thing. I forgot. And that... yeah, okay, that's where the issue is. There we go. Okay, now things are working. Now we can come back into here and things won't be broken. There we go. Okay, let's go to the player. When we start dialogue, we do UI start dialogue, and then that... where do we lock the player? Entered... lock? I guess just... locked movement equals true. And then we won't have the... there's a whole system of, like, checking the distance that the player is from a thing. Let's just remove that now. Check dialogue cancel. Yeah, we don't need any of this. And I think I literally have never exited the dialogue by pressing B. I've sometimes done it when I, like, accidentally talk to a character and I'm like, I don't care. Okay. So the main thing is if locked movement. So if not locked movement, I think we should update the visuals each time. Else body dot velocity equal, I guess, body dot reset momentum. Okay. And now what I can do is I can actually re-enable the left stick to... hang on, let's go to input map. When we do UI stuff... UI left. Right. Up. Down. I don't know what the hell this crap is. But okay. Now, the only thing is now, I should also lock the player's movement when they're opening the status menu. Because otherwise... I mean, I guess I could just pause the game. Because, yeah, we already can't use the right analog stick. Yeah, so I'm just going to pause the game when we're in status. So active, let's do... do I want this to be pausable? Okay, what I can do is, when we are status, UI toggle status, oh, I know what to do. In here, what do I do? Move delta. What if we have if not UI dot status dot active? In this way, because I think it's funny if you're in the car and you bring this up and you can still move the car. But now you can't do that. Okay, that's fair. Okay, was there any reason that I didn't have that set up the way this... I like that. Trying to think, what would be... Why would I have not set the players, like, update the player's visuals when the movement is locked? I guess because, I know, if not locked. Oh wait, no, we have that for the whole thing. Yeah, so that makes sense to me. And let's have this actually, like, if it's upside down, it'll do its other things. Let's save all this stuff that I've done first. Oh, wait, hang on. And I'll have that be like a could ship. Okay. Various small fixes. Do I care about this one? I'm going to make this one a lower priority. Fix the sun. What does fix the sun mean? I guess that has something to do with the terrain casting the shadows from both sides. I'll figure it out. Oh, these seams. Okay. Those are going to bother me. I was like, what are the seams in the font, or the whatever I did? I've done so many things now. I have so many things left to do. Ugh. I know a fun one. Let's go back to the world. Okay, so we go to Mrs. Weston. She has a cutscene player, probably. Where do we put cutscenes? I guess I'll put cutscenes with the cutscenes. Let's do a marker 3D, actually. Oh, right, there's a bunch of crap that's like... These are like... I don't know why these are here still. They shouldn't exist. There's some weird thing with, like, merge conflicts that I did. Mrs. Weston. Okay, camera, and then animation player. And then this will be a cutscene player. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have 40 degrees, I think. Yeah, that feels appropriate. And let's have him... Basically gonna have the porch. Right about there. Move in a little bit more. Okay. Transform. There we go. And actually, I think it's funny if it's like just a still frame. And then Apollo 2. Okay. Perfect. And then we will have Mrs. Weston. NPC, Mrs. Weston. I think that would be C play. Is that how we do this? Hang on. Yeah. This should be Apollo. And then C play. Oh, no. We also need C grab camera. Play Apollo 2. But then C release camera. Okay. Let's make sure that those work. Okay. Why does the door not work? This door is supposed to be a, I guess, editable children, Area 3D, allowed group, Weston, found? Okay. And let's make sure that that's the correct thing. Okay, good. Now we need a new game. Are there... There's gaps. There's gaps between the sidewalk and the road. Hang on. But that is a bug. Or, I guess we can just fix it now. I wish I just, like, did this correctly the first time instead of having to constantly pick out, like, little issues for 1,000 years. But that's what I get. Okay. Oh yeah, and we should also have main speaker shake there. Is that... Okay. And then main speaker calm. Okay. I'll find your husband, ma'am. It's weird that I can sometimes see him. Okay. I don't get it. How many zipline holder thingies can I have in one photo? Okay, zipliner holder thingy 2. Okay. So now, we're extremely powerful and very fast. Are you kidding me? Oh, because, okay. So we need to have... I know what to do. If our movement is not locked, we do that. And what I'm going to do is enter dialogue. We're going to do locked movement equals true velocity. Update visuals. Okay, try this again. So that was the main place. Whenever we play a custom sprite, we lock the player's movement, but that means that we can't, like, have the player doing a custom thing unless I, like, refactor that to be actually good and sensible, because I have 2 different locking functions, and it doesn't make any sense. We need some better way of doing it, like, you know, 3 states of, like, normal body, locked, playing a custom animation. Something like that. But okay, now we can do that. But if we go up to Mrs. Weston and we talk to her, there we go. I miss being able to walk in dialogue. I mean, I guess it's a small price to pay for not accidentally soft-locking the player, or, like, not letting the player accidentally, like, leave dialogue unintentionally. Because I've literally only left by accident. And now we also have the ability to use the left analog stick in dialogue, which is nice. Okay. Oh yeah. This is the one that I had. So the boys should have one dialogue box between them. Trademark symbol and my font. Okay. I'm gonna say that's a full day's work for now. I'll probably do more textures later today, which I've been doing for the past, like, couple weeks. Okay, so this is, more fixes. Let's make sure that everything's all wrapped up. But I think it is. But okay. I will be back on Sunday, as always, with more At the Ends of Eras. And I guess that'll be it for today. Whoops, wrong button. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you later.